vəzifələrə bəzi adlar da irəli sürüldür. Onu da qeyd edim ki, Tramp seçki ərəfəsində birinci prezidentlik dövründə ən böyük səhvinin sədaqətli insanlara işə götürülməsi olduğunu bildirmişdir. Bu dəfəki təyinatlarda Tramp sədaqət prinsipinə önəm verəcəyini açıqladı. Tramp qələbəni təmin edən seçki kampaniyasının de facto rəhbəri olan sözü varisi Ağ Ev rəhbərinin, aparatın rəhbəri təyin edəcəyini açıqladı. Tramp Fox News-un aparıcısı Pete Hegseth'i müdafiə naziri vəzifəsinə gətirəcəyini bəyan etdi. O, həmçinin keçmiş prezidentliyə namizəd Robert Kennedy'ni Amerikanın yenidən sağlam olmasına kömək etmək üçün ona vəzifə verəcəyini dedi. Tramp həmçinin Elon Musk'ı öz kampaniyasının əsas dəstəkçisi, federal xərcləri azaldan katib təyin edəcəyi vədi verildi. Keçid prosesi təkcə vəzifələrə kadrların təyin olunması deyil, yeni prezident keçid dövründə həm də gündəlik kəşfiyyat məlumatları da alır. Tramp həmçinin bugün paytaxt Vaşinqtonda, nümayəndələr palatasında partiya üzvləri ilə görüşəcəkdir. Söz təkrar sizə Mümtaz.
And then running Congress 97 to 2003.
Somewhere else, you know, there's just people call the house, every house. You all have
that we can't buy.
He's the new Speaker of the Senate. Majority.
Yeah, I've been there plenty of times.
Mümtaz, resursların seçki qələbəsindən sonra hakimiyyətin nizamlı şəkildə ötürüləcəyini söz verən ABŞ prezidenti Joe Biden Ağ Evdə yeni seçilmiş prezident Donald Trump'la görüşdü. Bu cür görüş formalaşmış təcrübə və səlahiyyət müddətini başa vuran prezidentdən seçilmiş prezidenti hakimiyyətin ötürülməsi prosesinin başlanğıcını qeyd etmək məqsədi daşıyır. Görüşdə Biden və Trump'ın əsas daxili və xarici siyasət prioritetləri, xüsusən də Avropa, Asiya və Yaxın Şərqdə baş verənlərin müzakirəsi oldu. Görüşdə Trump hamar keçid üçün Bidenə təşəkkür edib, Bidenin seçilmiş prezidentə əsas mesajının onun hakimiyyətin sülh yolu ilə keçidini təmin etmək öhdəliyi olduğunu bildirib. Onu da qeyd edim ki, Trump 5 noyabr seçkisi ilə Ağ Evə tarixi bir dönüş qazanıb. Trump'ın həm də inaugurasiya mərasimindən sonra hakimiyyətin keçidini müzakirə etmək üçün burada olduğu bildirilir. Trump'ın ikinci dönəm prezident administrasiyası onun 2016-cı ildəki qələbəsindən sonra qurduğu ilk administrasiya bənzəməyəcək deyilir. Görüşəcək kişilər arasında önəm verəcəyini açıqladı. Trump qələbəni təmin edən seçki kampaniyasının de facto rəhbəri olan sözü varisi Ağ Ev aparatının rəhbəri təyin edəcəyini açıqladı. Trump Fox News-un aparıcısı Pete Hegseth'i müdafiə naziri vəzifəsinə gətirəcəyini bəyan etdi. O həmçinin keçmiş prezidentliyə namizəd Robert Kennedy-ni Amerikanın yenidən sağlam olmasına kömək etmək üçün ona vəzifə verəcəyini dedi. Trump həmçinin Elon Musk'ı öz kampaniyasının əsas dəstəkçisi, federal xərcləri azaldan katib təyin edəcəyini vədində veribdir. Keçid prosesi təkcə vəzifələrə kadrların təyin olunması deyil, yeni prezident keçid dövründə həm də gündəlik kəşfiyyat məlumatları alır. Trump həmçinin bugün paytaxt Vaşinqtonda, nümayəndələr palatasında öz partiya arkadaşlarıyla görüşəcəkdir. Söz təkrar sizə Mümtaz. Mümtaz, resursların seçki qərargahından sonra hakimiyyətin nizamlı şəkildə götürüləcəyini söz verən ABŞ prezidenti Joe Biden.
Sorry, straight in.
Həzər, nə deyirdin də? Gəlir. Nə deyirdin? Göndərdim. Həzər, şeyə bax, Telegramma.
Tantôt. Et là, t'as Karine Jean-Pierre qui arrive. Wesh. Est-ce que tu crois qu'on ose demander à un photographe? Picture of you here? Yeah, no problem. Like, we're taking a... Yeah? Ah, thank you. Elle va proposer la première photo. Thank you very much. And then we'll take a picture of you. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Je pense que personne n'osait, et si on allait, on y va.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Ready? Ready?
Just, I will. Have fun.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is this good? Normal times. Or even abnormal times.
I'm not a pro exactly.
in the unilateral question. Question like,
It was tweet.
You gotta think of it this way. On the other hand, they do, it's like a, clown show that was here last time. But on the other hand, Trump's still doing something.
oh, I'm sorry.
He likes the credibility, being way down all the groups and so on. I don't think they're gonna mess with that.
Not really the lighting, but just for the show.
That's in it, that's what I'm saying. They were said. Yes, they're both from back then. February the 5th, 2020, and February the 13th. They were both the same.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Oh, okay. Great, thanks.
Oh, Harry's going to start 12:30, so okay, won't look now at Trump parts.
It's much better now. 10 years ago, there was a shit show. Everybody was releasing the
Yeah, it seems like, but we don't have a time yet.
So yeah, it costs 90 minutes.
I appreciate it. I need a layup every now and then.
I know,
Yeah, we should go. We got a week. Wait, Jen, someone beside us is.
Okay.
Attends, tiens, mets-toi en face. En face. Goed.
Everyone's still listening. He's not, like, not only, he's not going to, but they're not going to let him. The Secret Service is all present. Right now they can. Well, they can only advise. They can't physically stop him. He wants to go. They can advise him and say, hey, we don't want you to go out. If he's the president-elect, you know, not Trump.
I mean, he's already on the compound, so I don't think it makes a difference.
It does, because he's a guest right now. And, oh yeah, he's not.
I guess that's six too. That's something that's six, but I agree with you that I don't think it'll come out. I'll figure it out. I don't know if it's something that has to be solved.
I think they brought him in as the other side to go in and out.
He came from south.
Yeah. He came in himself, perfect. And I'm guessing they brought him just straight.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. How are you?
So I'm in a little bit of a holding pattern, which means I could totally do it right now. Or, oh, well, oh, sorry, it's not down here. So why don't we try to do it after the briefing then? Would noon your time work? Or is that too early? Yeah, I think that works. So, yeah.
Kristen used to go to the news source, and you need to sit where Kate is.
I know. How are you? Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Not that I know of.
No, yeah, just keep it back there and do it after the briefing. Oh, no, thanks.
Yep. So we can have the briefing now.
Hey.
you.
How you doing?
Oh, well, glad to see you. Yes, please. Briefing is something.
Alex.
After he left, so it's, I expect something to come up soon.
Yes.
Yes.
The future of Germany.
So cool.
No access to the
No, nobody.
Hey, girl, beautiful ring in there. You look beautiful. You do too.
Nobody except for changing the arena. I didn't know they changed this much.
Yeah, quite nice.
Yeah, they changed the arena.
But it was not,
آقای ترامپ لطف کردن میره برای شما میفهمید که مسئله افغانستان هم یکی از موضوعات بسیار مهم است که در اولویت کاری قرار دارد. لحظات بعد جک سلیوان مشاور شورای امنیت ملی پاک سفید در حضور خبرنگاران قرار میگیرد. آقای ترامپ با آقای بایدن دیدار داشت در مورد انتقال مسالمت‌آمیز اقتدار با استاف کاخ سفید و یا کارمندای کاخ سفید دیدار داشت. خب البته از 5 قاره دنیا امروز و کاخ سفید آمده بودند. خبرنگارای متعدد کشورهای اروپایی، آسیایی، عربی از افغانستان که من نمایندگی میکردم دیده شود که با توجه به این آشفته بازار سمت اوضاع جهان و کدام سمت سو در حرکت خواهد بود. نظیر از این کریم امپی میدیا قصر سفید واشنگتن دی سی.
I'm gonna check out all of his stuff. No, not Did she say two? No, I don't know. Did she say
Yes. You're doing good.
Oh, you are. Yeah, I mean, whenever.
all you have to do is just get away from it.
Yeah, just keep coming down.
And with just 2 minutes, did they say 2 minutes yet? I haven't heard that. We're waiting a bit. It's like everybody, after I do that, everybody just sitting out there. You know, bigger than we had.
Right, yeah, people are like that. Yeah. Well, certainly in going to Harrison with his first transition, yes. But you know, one of the things what I think about here is that they have
Oh, you're staying as Marine? Yeah, okay, okay. Oh! Do you work at
were able to, even they brought in people, a woman who was heading Brooke Rollins was the that's right, so they have gathered information from policy, and
question is going to be the whole confirmation process. And then that's me. There's the whole area. They have here sign the memorandum hours first with GSA. And
Are you?
the
No, I
administration, that one comes in. Important now because they need information on agency operations. They need budget information on personnel programs. They need to talk to people to find out what are the hot items, what are the schedules that are already expected. Because, you know, it is like popping on the next trade. And so you need to know what all the operations are and what's underway. And that's where they're behind. I'm not saying something in the memorandum. 7 hours. The differences were not made. Yes, that's correct. Look it up. Yeah. Call her anytime.
Should I go set up there? Like, good afternoon, everybody. Start.
Just hoping for an ETA.
Couple things here at the top.
Yeah. Do you have any sense of timing?
No, I don't. But I'll be back soon.
Are you going to escort?
Yes.
Thank you for your service.
We got good time. Yeah, I got to do something. I got 2 o'clock. We'll see when they post
Well, we make it walk that together, you're my big sister. Oh.
Yes, that part. I know, but it's better enough.
I know, right? I just for like 5 seconds, yeah, the whole like not being able to press it. Maybe somebody.
Take all they can get.
Yes.
slide in there.
All yours, sir. Thank you. Thanks. My dad charges there. Like, thank you. No, no worries. Nice. Unless you don't want to, I mean, it's a call. But I won't be able to back. He wants to breathe. Walk us in. All right. Walk up there all the time. You know, you can't open the door. Well, you can open. Which door? You get yelled at. That door. Yeah, you get yelled at. All right. We'll give it 2 minutes. Okay.
I'm assuming, I don't know, I haven't, I wasn't out there. No, not in the past couple of months.
Until what? So until 8 o'clock tonight.
I didn't get ready to be out there all day. What we said?
Yep.
Oh, thanks.
Someone told her that Trump was here. Oh, just to make sure she told me it.
She wasn't going to be able to start that.
He left. He's back at the airport.
All the reporters. They're starting maybe for you.
I wish.
No, what are they waiting out there for?
They probably don't know that he left.
Used to fight with them. Those reporters don't need to wait.
Are we having a press training?
Because we have a free press, the reporters can do whatever they want.
But maybe because Biden comes out to the reporters there.
No. I think it's got better stuff.
What?
I'd be surprised if you did.
Yeah. But definitely President Trump is left.
Anyway.
Of the official vote. Okay, so it's. Okay.
Look like you here.
I welcome your intel.
So we're playing a briefing, but no update. It's too bad that
Would have been nice. Would have not been. She's gonna wait till he's actually January 20th. It's gonna be maybe the same size minority that they have now.
NBC was
Yes, and it is gonna be in there. Very similar, just like the last.
actually, it could be a little wider. It's going to be 219 now, but it's going to be like 220. There's only one person I know that knows the answers. I'm spoiled with that thing. But in a good way. And that means you don't have an update on the press meter star.
That was the question that they told me that they wrote this up.
Like a half hour from
Yeah, that's a, yeah.
But I'll stop. Jeez, that was kind of quick. See that? Let's see if, got a cookie, got the cookie. No, you're not leaving.
Use it out the way.
Excuse me. You're sitting on the deck. Could I find what? Yeah, have a chart. Good to be with you. No. I wish I've been happy. I was in opera. So I was in acting. And acting was like maybe it's 1:38. You mean it's 2:30? It was, but it's going to be late.
The land of the that whole area. You had the right idea.
Is it here?
I'm told.
I thought the climate change was something caused by the sun. It's like, oh yeah, it's oh, when it's the door, yeah. Well, especially no, the other one, I guess I'm glad I'm back in covered. I didn't come out.
Yeah, sometimes you can say about there, so how long did you
Basically,
Yeah, I'm not. And they're not like just like some of them are just
Mais je sais que tu fais très fort. Just a wee bit. Stylish look. Oh. Great 2024.
Give a colleague 3/4 year from very high to
Nice work, gents.
casual. Pick a side day. Pick a side day.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, okay. I'm excited to see you all too. Okay, so today, President Biden met with President-elect Trump for approximately 2 hours in the Oval Office. White House Chief of Staff Jeff Zients and incoming Chief of Staff Susie Wiles joined the meeting. It was a substantive meeting, an exchange of views. They discussed important national security and domestic policy issues facing the nation and the world. President Biden also raised important items on Congress's to-do list for the lame duck session, including funding the government and providing the disaster supplemental funding the president requested. Finally, the president reiterated what he said to the president-elect the day after the election and to the American people in a Rose Garden just last week. We will have an orderly transition and a peaceful transition of power. With that, as you can see, I have the National Security Advisor with me, Jake Sullivan, who is going to preview APEC in Peru and also G20 in Brazil. The president is going to be leaving tomorrow, as you all know. And Jake, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Karine, and hi, everybody. I'm going to make some brief comments about the president's trip that he leaves on tomorrow, answer a few questions, because I know the issue you are most interested in is hearing from Karine about the meeting. So I will not dally too long up here, but I think it is important to lay out the president's trip here over the next several days. Tomorrow he travels to South America. His first stop will be Peru for the APEC summit, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. And then he'll go on to Brazil for the first ever presidential trip to the Amazon, and then to the G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro. At APEC, the president will reinforce America's leading role in the Indo-Pacific. And over the last 4 years, he has markedly enhanced our strategic position in this vital region, from our treaty alliances to AUKUS to the Quad to the historic trilateral with Japan and Korea. And with respect to that trilateral, he will meet with President Yoon of South Korea and Prime Minister Ishiba of Japan to celebrate the historic cooperation between our three nations and discuss the importance of institutionalizing the progress we've made so that it carries forward through the transition. While in Lima, President Biden will also meet with President Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China. This will be the third in-person meeting between the two leaders since President Biden came into office, and their final meeting as presidents. They previously met, as you know, in Bali in 2022 at the G20 summit, and at Woodside, California, near San Francisco in 2023 on the margins of the APEC summit, which was exactly 1 year and 1 day ago. And throughout his time in office, President Biden and his team have worked to effectively and responsibly manage the competition between the United States and the PRC. The president's approach on the PRC has prioritized investments in sources of American strength at home, including growing the middle class and ensuring that America maintains its industrial capacity and its innovation edge in fields such as semiconductors and artificial intelligence. He has strengthened our alliances around the world, and especially in the Indo-Pacific. He has boosted American deterrence, and he's ensured that America remains the partner of choice for countries both in the region and across the world. The president has also taken common sense measures to advance our national security and protect our most sensitive technologies to prevent them from being exploited or used against us by the PRC, including through significant new export control measures. At the same time, the president has demonstrated that the U.S. and the PRC can manage our differences and prevent competition from veering into conflict or confrontation. And he's done that by ensuring the maintenance of open lines of communication at the leader level, at the military-to-military level, and at every level of our respective governments. And we've also worked to advance cooperation where our interests align, including on counter-narcotics and climate change, which is what the people of our two countries expect and what the world expects. And this meeting between President Biden and President Xi will be an opportunity to ensure a smooth transition and also to continue to keep those channels of communication open, including those especially critical military-to-military channels of communication. Of course, in Lima, President Biden will also meet President Boluarte of Peru to mark the strength and durability of our bilateral relationship with Peru. After that, the president will travel to Brazil, and he'll start with a historic stop in the Amazon to underscore his personal commitment and America's continuing commitment at all levels of government and across our private sector and civil society to combat climate change at home and abroad. And this has been obviously one of the defining causes of President Biden's presidency. While in Manaus, in the Amazon, President Biden will visit the rainforest, engage with local leaders who are working to preserve and protect this critical ecosystem. And as I noted, this will be the first ever visit of a sitting U.S. president to the Amazon. President Biden will then travel to Rio de Janeiro to participate in his fourth and final G20 Leaders Summit. High on the agenda there will be issues associated with debt sustainability for low and middle income countries, mobilizing finance for infrastructure, physical, digital, energy infrastructure around the world, and also dealing, obviously, with the major geopolitical issues of the day, from Ukraine to the Middle East. As you all know, the G20 is a unique forum. It includes both our closest allies and partners, as well as our adversaries. And pulling this group together around shared challenges is never easy, but we do expect to make some progress, particularly around debt and finance during our time in Rio. The President, of course, will also meet with President Lula of Brazil. The two leaders have really built a strong, productive relationship over the last 4 years, and they're looking forward to have their final meeting together as presidents as well. So we've got a busy week ahead of us, and with that, as I said, I'll take a few questions and then turn it back over to Karine. Yeah.
Thanks again for doing this, Jay. In the run-up to the election, President Biden warned that allies were worried about America's commitment to the world. What's his message to those allies after this election?
Well, he's going to have the same message that he's had for 4 years as president, which is that he believes that America's allies are vital to America's national security. They make us stronger. They multiply our capability. They take a burden off of our shoulders. They contribute to our common causes, including the cause of standing up for freedom and territorial integrity in Ukraine. And as I noted in my opening comments, when he goes to this Asia-Pacific summit in Peru, he'll go with our alliances in the Indo-Pacific at a literal all-time high. Japan, Korea, Australia, the Philippines, a really remarkable record over 4 years, and that's what he's going to hand off to President Trump. And he is going to be making the case to our allies and, frankly, to our adversaries that America's standing with its alliances, investing in its alliances, and then asking its allies to step up and do their part, which they have done these past 4 years, is central to American strength and capacity in the world. That will be his message. It's a message of principle. It's a message of practicality. And it's been one of the causes of President Biden's life. Yeah.
Karine said national security obviously came up in the meeting today. You've suggested that the president would make the case to the president-elect not to walk away from Ukraine. Was that message conveyed? How was it received?
Well, I'll let Karine speak to what happened in the meeting. I will only note that President Biden reinforced his view that the United States standing with Ukraine on an ongoing basis is in our national security interest. And it's in our national security interest because a strong Europe, a stable Europe, standing up to aggressors and dictators and pushing back against their aggression is vital to ensuring that we don't end up getting dragged directly into a war, which has happened obviously twice in the 20th century on the European continent. So the president has made this case. He'll continue to make this case both privately and publicly. And he will make the case that our investment in Ukraine, the funds that the Congress has appropriated, these aren't just dollars that we're picking up and shipping over to another country. They're dollars we're investing here in the United States in American jobs, producing American weapons that we send to Ukraine, and American weapons that we are building to expand our own industrial base and our own military capacity to deter other adversaries all around the world. So he laid this out. He will continue to make this case as we go forward. And as we go through this transition, it will be our responsibility as the national security team to lay out for the incoming team both what we see and, in terms of the current situation, and how we believe that the United States of America, through this transition and beyond, can put Ukraine in the strongest possible position on the battlefield so that it's in the strongest possible position at the negotiating table for an ultimate deal. Yeah.
The families of the American hostages who are held in Gaza are going to meet with President Biden today. We've heard from the families that they would like to see the Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration work together to try to secure the release of these hostages. Do you see any room for cooperation or coordination between your team, the president's team, and Trump's team to try to get a deal before Biden leaves office?
I met with the hostages myself yesterday, and as you noted, President Biden will meet with the families of the hostages yesterday, and President Biden will meet with them very shortly. And they asked me this question, and I was very simple and emphatic with them. Yes, of course we're prepared to work with the incoming team in common cause on a bipartisan basis to do everything in our collective American power to secure the release of the hostages, both living and deceased. So we are open to have that engagement, have that collaboration, and we will continue to work in every remaining day that President Biden has in office, that we have in these jobs, to try to bring those hostages home to their loved ones.
Just to clarify real quick though, there's been no discussion yet with the Trump team about doing that?
Well, I will say that this is a topic, obviously, the American hostages being held in Gaza that President Biden and President Trump covered today, but we have not had the opportunity to engage with the incoming team yet. I'm only expressing, standing here today, as I did to the hostage families yesterday, we are very much willing to do so, and we've sent a signal to the incoming team that we're prepared to work with them on this issue, as with every other issue, because President Biden's cardinal direction to us is ensure a smooth and orderly transition.
On that, are you finding the Israelis as responsive to Biden administration inquiries or requests, given that we know the Prime Minister is in pretty frequent touch with the President-elect?
I had the opportunity to sit down yesterday with the Israeli Minister of Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer. We had a detailed discussion about every element of the current situation in the Middle East, and it was a constructive discussion. We are still actively working in support of our common efforts to push back against our common adversaries, to try to deal with the situation in Gaza, in Lebanon, and directly with respect to the Islamic Republic of Iran. And just to give you an example, we are working on an ongoing daily basis to try to increase the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza, given the suffering of the innocent civilians there who are trapped amidst the crossfire between the IDF and the terrorist group Hamas. We have made some progress in that regard. We extracted further commitments from the Israeli side over the course of the past couple of days. We want to see those commitments followed through on. So we believe that we can continue to work across the board on all of the relevant issues, whether it's humanitarian assistance or it's ensuring the defense of Israel against Iranian attacks, or it's working on ceasefire efforts and a hostage deal in Gaza, or it's ultimately bringing a diplomatic resolution to Lebanon, which we're actively working on. We'll continue to do that every day that we have remaining in office.
Jake, I know you can't speak to what happened in the meeting earlier. We'll ask Karine about that. But 8 years ago, then President Obama explicitly warned incoming President Donald Trump about the urgent threat posed by North Korea. He said it was the most urgent national security threat the U.S. was facing at the time. What would you communicate to your national security advisor peer who's going to be following you in this job? What is the most urgent national security threat facing the United States today as Donald Trump prepares to take office?
Well, I would say two things in answer to that question. The first is that if you look out at a strategic level, the competition with the People's Republic of China is going to be defining for what the world looks like over the course of the next 10, 20, and 30 years. And so that has got to be a paramount priority for the incoming administration. And the person who's been named as my successor, the person who's been floated as the Secretary of State, these are people who have very much focused on that challenge, and we'll look forward to talking to them about how we've approached it and obviously pass on the current state of play. Then there's the most immediate issue, which is Iran and its proxy groups continue to take actions that directly threaten Americans and American interests in the Middle East, and that has to be dealt with on an urgent basis. Now, that's at the macro level and the micro level. In between those two, you have an ongoing war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine, representing a larger threat to European security and therefore global security, and you've got North Korea coming behind to provide troops in that war. So these are all issues for which we have clear approaches, working in coordination with allies and partners, and we're going to try to ensure that we pass off each of these areas to the next team in a way that is as smooth as possible.
Last time he was, just to follow up quickly, last time in that same meeting, Obama told Trump that he had real concerns about the hiring of a national security advisor, Mike Flynn. Donald Trump ultimately hired Mike Flynn. Do you have any concerns about the names that you have heard mentioned so far and announced so far by Donald Trump to serve in his administration in a national security role?
I know some of them. I've engaged with some of them, and people like, for example, Congressman Waltz, who's been named to be my replacement. He's somebody that I have engaged with in the past. I respect his service to this country in uniform. He's put his life on the line. I respect his service in Congress. He and I obviously don't see eye to eye on every issue, but I am very much looking forward to engaging him over these next 60 days, as I said, so that we can have this smooth handoff. There are other people that he's named who I just don't know, I haven't met, and therefore can't comment on. Yeah.
So you talk about wanting to engage, wanting to smooth this transition. Why hasn't it happened yet? Is is the signing of the MOUs an actual issue that is preventing you from coordinating with the incoming Trump team?
So I'll defer to Karine to kind of go into the nitty-gritty. What I'll say at a broad level, though, is the MOU creates the opening for the landing teams to arrive at the agencies, to include the NSC. But that doesn't mean that we can't reach out and get, and express our willingness to engage with our counterparts, our incoming counterparts. We've done that, and so I expect that in a matter of days here, we should be able to have some engagement. Of course, that depends on whether the incoming team wants to engage, and that will be up to them. But for our part, we are more than willing to do what is our responsibility as directed by the President and, frankly, as dictated by the Constitution, which is to ensure the peaceful transition of power.
I have a China-related question as well. The Biden administration largely left in place the Trump-era tariffs on China. The policy towards China hasn't been wildly divergent. Do you see the potential for bipartisan agreement on the relationship with China in the next administration or going forward?
I think for us to succeed in the long-term competition with the PRC, it will require a bipartisan foundation. The best traditions of American foreign policy have always had a bipartisan element, and many aspects of the policy that we have pursued in this administration with respect to the PRC and with respect to the Indo-Pacific have been bipartisan. By the way, the same thing is true with respect to Ukraine, where there has been strong bipartisan support and votes in both the House and the Senate for the resources and the strategy for Ukraine. So from our perspective, we would like to see that continue. Now, obviously, we don't know what the incoming team is going to do, how divergent they will be. Those will be decisions they take, not for me to comment on. All I can say is that when it comes to investing in our alliances, the sources of strength at home, the protections of our advanced technologies, these are things we're going to advocate continue because we think that they are not political issues, they're American issues that can serve all of the people of this country. Yeah.
Will the president raise this alleged hack by a Chinese hacking group when he meets with President Xi? And are you planning any kind of consequences for that hack?
It is a significant issue. I expect that the FBI and CISA will have an update in terms of their investigation, which is ongoing, into the hack soon. We here at the White House have stood up at the NSC, what's called a UCG, a Unified Coordinating Group, in order to coordinate the entire U.S. government to be able to deal with this hack, which is a hack of private telecommunications providers, but private telecommunications providers that provide services to U.S. government personnel, among others. So you will hear from the FBI and CISA on that. I do expect this will come up in the meeting in Peru. And I'm not going to speak to consequences from this podium. I will only say that we have made clear over time that we will respond when we see actions taken in terms of cyber attacks, cyber espionage, cyber intrusions. That has been a feature of our policy to date. It will remain a feature of our policy going forward. I'll take just a couple more and then let Karine take over. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jake. Can you give us a sense of what else President Biden said to President Trump about Russia in their meeting? And also, with regard to China, will he pass on any tips or color from his meeting with President Trump to President Xi when they meet? And what will his message be to President Xi?
I've already mildly violated the not reading out the meeting proviso, so I will pass that off to Karine. Mild violations. But with respect to his meeting with President Xi, I don't expect him to pass messages. Obviously, President Trump, when he comes into office, will have his opportunity to engage directly with President Xi. But I will observe that transitions are uniquely consequential moments in geopolitics. They're a time when competitors and adversaries can see possibly opportunity because you have this change in government here. And so part of what President Biden will communicate is that we need to maintain stability, clarity, predictability through this transition between the United States and China. And he will also really reinforce the point that in order for us to manage this competition responsibly going forward, we have to sustain over the long term the channels of communication at every level, particularly the military to military level. And then, of course, he will look to try to consolidate progress on areas where we can work together, for example, on counter-narcotics and fentanyl coordination, and on trying to manage the safety risks associated with artificial intelligence. So it's an important meeting. It will not be just a valedictory, although there will be an element of reflecting over the course of their long relationship. There is actual work to do in this critical moment between the U.S. and China to ensure that we don't run into any problems in the next 2 months in this transition of power. Last question.
Could you just sort of explain the strategy for the remaining drawdown authority for Ukraine, and also if the administration is going to ask for any additional drawdown authority in like an end-of-the-year CR or spending plan?
So the president has made clear, and he has directed his team to ensure that every dollar that the Congress gave to him, authorized him to spend, he will spend on behalf of Ukraine before he leaves office. Now, again, these are not dollars he's putting on an airplane and flying across the ocean. These are dollars he's investing in the American defense industrial base. As we provide weapons to Ukraine, we make new weapons to give to the U.S. military. All of those dollars will be spent, will be obligated by the time he leaves office on January 20th. Therefore, it only stands to reason that in the next 2 months, the administration will signal to Congress that we would like to see additional funds for Ukraine for 2025 so that they can be in the best possible position, the strongest possible position to negotiate, to ensure they achieve their objectives, that they win at the negotiating table. Now, what form will that take? CR, et cetera. I'm going to not get myself in trouble by turning into the OMB director up here. I will just say that the administration very much sees the necessity and the logic of seeking additional resources for 2025, since we are doing what Congress asked us to do, which is dispersing the funds they gave us for 2024. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Policy question?
Jake on the Amazon tree.
Thank you, Jake.
Congrats on becoming a congressional spouse.
I just have one more thing, and then I'll go into your questions. So today, the President and the First Lady welcomed nearly 200 education and workforce leaders to the White House for the Biden-Harris administration's Classroom Career Summit. The administration's Investing in America agenda is creating millions of good-paying jobs, many of which do not require a 4-year college degree, and its investments will continue to drive job creation for years to come. The summit highlighted the record progress to expand career pathways to these good-paying jobs in infrastructure, clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and so much more. With that, Josh, it's good to see you, as always.
Good to see you, Karine. Regarding the meeting.
Yeah.
President Biden has given a lot of statements about his concern for the U.S. democracy. Did he share any of those concerns with President-elect Trump in their meeting about what he feels should be done or needs to be done?
So I'm not going to go into granular detail of what was discussed in the meeting. What I can say that it was indeed very cordial, very gracious, and substantive. And I mentioned at the top, national security was discussed, domestic policy issues were discussed. I had an opportunity to speak with the president in the Oval Office right before coming out to do this press briefing, because I wanted to make sure that I got what the president wanted to share with all of you. So certainly that everything that I'm saying is sanctioned, if you will, by the president. He wanted you all to know that the president-elect, again, was gracious, came with a detailed set of questions. It was, again, substantive. But I do want to take a little bit of a step back here, because it's really important to note, and you're going to hear me continuing to say this over and over again, the importance of having a smooth transition, an importance of having an orderly transition. The president respects the will of the American people and wants to make sure that occurs. That is what he believes the American people deserve. And so that is as far as I can go. That is what I am sharing with you from the president directly. And look, we're going to make sure, as Jake Sullivan was saying, that his team has what they need, right? They want to make sure that it is indeed an efficient, effective transition, so that we hand over the people's business so that they can continue the people's business.
Can you say how President Biden answered some of those detailed questions?
I will say that the president certainly looked forward to the meeting, appreciated the conversation, and answered any questions that the president-elect had, offered up his thoughts, but I'm not going to go any further than that. Get Mary.
You said gracious, cordial, substantive. The president obviously hit on a wide range of issues, but did he get a sense that the issues that he was impressing upon, that any advice he was giving was being well received?
I think so. I think that's why the president was wanting me to let you all know that there was a very good back and forth, and it was substantive, as I mentioned before, and I want to be mindful. It was a private conversation, so I don't want to go into specifics or details, but look, they met for more than 2 hours. They met for a very long time, or nearly 2 hours, pardon me, and I think by the length of the meeting tells you that they had an in-depth conversation on an array of issues. And so, look, the president reached out to the president-elect wanting to make sure that he gave an opportunity to the president-elect, afforded him that opportunity to have a meeting with him to talk about the different issues that matter to the American people. But nearly 2 hours says a lot about how the meeting went.
Any plans to keep a line of communication open?
The president is always going to, obviously, keep that line of communication open to the president-elect. We got to remember, this is not about the two presidents. This is not about President Biden or President-elect Trump. This is about the American people and what's right for the American people. And if anything, the president has led by example, right, over the last week now on making sure that we have this cordial transition of power.
Just one other topic. President-elect Trump's nominee for defense secretary has questioned whether or not women should serve in combat roles in the military. Wondering what the administration makes of that. Is there any concern about women's ability to serve in certain roles going forward?
I think we've made ourselves really clear. I'm not going to speak to this pick. That's not the president's going. The president-elect is going to lay out his certainly his personnel and who he wants to fill these cabinet positions, who he wants to be in the White House with him, and we will give them the space to do that. But I think we've been very clear about how we see the importance of gender equality, the importance of women in the workforce. I think we have been an administration that has led on that issue, and certainly we do not agree with those views, but that is for obviously the president-elect to speak to his picks, and I'm going to let them do that. Okay, John.
You said the president-elect came with a detailed list of questions. That's surprising to me. What was on his list?
I'm not going to go into details of what was on the list. I shared that, and the president wanted you all to know that because we want to be very clear. It was actually a substantive meeting, nearly 2 hours. There was a lot discussed. There was a lot of back and forth. And I'm not going to go into specifics. I think if the president-elect wants to share his set of questions to President Biden, he certainly can and will if he chooses. But wanted to give you as much information as I could without going into too much specifics on a private conversation.
Was the list typed out on a piece of paper?
I don't have. I appreciate the effort there, Jeff. I don't have anything beyond that.
Did the issue of the fact that President Trump did not acknowledge President Biden as the winner of the 2020 election come up today?
What we want to do is move forward. We do.
Really?
No, seriously. What we want to do is move forward. We respect the will of the people. There was an election, as you know, last week, and the American people spoke. And so the president is going to make sure that he puts the American people first. He's going to make sure that we move forward in this process, in this transition process, in a way that is respectful to the American people and to lead by example. And so that's our focus. That's what we want to do. I think the president has shown that in the past week of that leadership. And so that's what you're going to hear. That's what we're going to continue to do in the 68 days that we have left in this administration.
I understand that. I guess that just seems like a piece of unfinished business between them. Did it come up at all?
Look, that is something certainly that I would leave for the president-elect to speak to. What I can speak to is this president wanting to focus on the American people, wanting to focus on issues that matter, domestic policy issues, national security issues that are critical and important in how we move forward as a country. That's what the president wanted to focus on. Again, it was gracious, it was substantive, and I think that's what's important. And what we are showing the American people is how you do this. How do you have a peaceful transition of power, how it looks, and leading by example. And that is quintessential Joe Biden, I believe. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Karine. I'm just trying to understand, I mean, besides demonstrating a peaceful transfer of power, what was the big message that President Biden was trying to convey to incoming President Trump?
I think just that, and the American people. You know, you all had, those who were able to be in the room, got to see the two presidents sitting side by side, shaking hands. You heard what the president-elect talked about politics being tough, and understanding what that looks like. We get that as well, you know. And I'll go back to what we said last week. Did the elections turn out the way we wanted? Absolutely not. Are we disappointed? Yes, we're disappointed. But again, there was an election, the American people decided, and what the president wants to focus on is what it looks like. What it looks like. To move forward, to put the country first, to put the American people first, and move forward in a respectful way. And I think that was also the message that you saw from this president today.
Does the White House have any reaction to this Department of Government Efficiency that Trump announced yesterday? He's brought on Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy to lead. Says the group is being tasked to find ways to cut government spending, waste regulations. Does the White House have any concerns about this effort, or do you think maybe it's a good idea to look at these things?
No comment. I'm not going to comment. Okay.
You talked about ensuring that the next administration has all the resources they need for this transition, but one thing that needs to happen in order for the Trump transition to have access to agencies and such are these signings of the memorandums of understanding with both the GSA and the White House, including an ethics plan. Did that come up in any way in the conversation today, even if it was just between Jeff Zients and Susie Wiles?
And I was just going to say that, as you know, Jeff Zients, the Chief of Staff, had an opportunity to speak with the incoming Chief of Staff. I have not spoken to Jeff on if that issue came up, but Jeff has been leading this effort of making sure that we have that smooth transition of power. We are ready. We are ready to go. And I've also mentioned that the co-chairs of the Trump transition have said that they are in public have said that they are going to sign the MOUs. So I'm going to have to leave it to them. We're ready. And Jake, I think, put it really well when he said it doesn't mean that we can't still have conversations. It doesn't mean we can't engage with our counterparts or those who have been picked by the president-elect to come into this administration. Certainly, we are open to that and want that to happen. But I would have to, refer you to the Trump transition, they have said they would sign those MOUs.
And back in 2000, then Vice President Al Gore actually hosted George W. Bush a few days after he had conceded the election. When Bush came to meet with Clinton, he then went on to meet with Gore. Did Vice President Harris stop by the meeting at all today? And does she intend to host Vice President?
So I can say the Vice President did not attend the meeting between the two presidents this morning. I would have to refer you to her team on how she wishes to move forward and her part in all of this. But you also heard from her last week when she talked about the importance as well of having a peaceful transition of power. So leave that to her to answer. Go ahead.
Just to work out a few of the details. So it was four of them in that room: the president, the president-elect, Chief of Staff, the Chief of Staff designate.
Yes, sir.
Were the two presidents ever left alone in the room?
I don't have anything beyond what I shared. What I can say is it happened for approximately 2 hours, and it included the current Chief of Staff, the incoming Chief of Staff, and obviously the two presidents. I can't speak if the presidents had the presidents themselves, President-elect and President Biden had an opportunity to speak privately. I can't speak to that. I didn't ask.
It started over in the diplomatic room, right? And then
Right. So to your point, you are correct. We sent out a pool note about how the President Biden, and also First Lady Dr. Biden greeted President-elect Trump upon his arrival, and just to add a little bit of color there, she gave the President-elect a handwritten letter to congratulate Mrs. Trump, and so also express their readiness to be involved and engaged with her team, Mrs. Trump's team, and so that specific piece, obviously, I would direct to the First Lady's office. But yes, they first met and greeted each other in the diplomatic room.
But Jake or nobody else came in, or
It was just the four. It was just the four of them, as far as who was in the room with the president.
And it was in the Oval the whole time.
As far, yes, it was in the Oval. The Oval meeting was in the Oval, as I just stated, and you flagged for me that they greeted the president. They, meaning the First Lady, and also the President Biden greeted President-elect Trump when he arrived.
I have one other question about this weekend that people might wonder.
Yeah.
It's their third meeting since President Biden took office, but why bother having a meeting with Chinese President Xi if there's only 68 days left to go on the Biden?
I think, look, this is, Joe Biden. He understands the importance of having face-to-face, one-on-one conversations with world leaders. And I think Jake did a pretty good job laying out what's next, what they are thinking about, the reason for having the bilat. But it is an opportunity. They're both going to be in Peru. They're both going to be attending the APEC conference. It was an opportunity for them to meet. I think it's important. The issues that they're obviously going to speak about are important to the American people. As you think about national security, you think about Indo-Pacific. And so, I think this is very much something that the president would do, have that face-to-face, have those in-person conversations with other world leaders on issues that matter here to us and obviously globally. Okay, Peter.
Thanks, Karine. Did President Biden show incoming President Trump anything classified?
No.
No. Why not?
Why would he? This was an opportunity for them to speak candidly, openly. I've said to you that it was gracious, it was incredibly substantive, and I'll just leave it there.
The last time these two were together in the same room was at the debate. They talked a fair amount about playing golf. Do you know if a plan was made for them to play golf in President Biden's retirement?
Actually, that's not the last time they saw each other. They saw each other at September 11th. I'm going to move on. Go ahead, Ed.
In the meeting, we saw a unified front related to a transition in the Oval Office meeting. But a lot was said on the campaign trail, like Trump is a dangerous threat to our country and our democracy. Was there an apology today?
I'm sorry?
Was there an apology from
President
Biden for the words, some of the words used?
An apology from the President Biden.
To President-elect Trump for some of the words that was used on the campaign trail.
Look, and I've answered this a couple of times about a threat to democracy in the past week. The president is going to always feel obligated to be honest with the American people. What he says still stands. And it's not just him. You heard this from former staffers. You've heard it from the former chief of staff, John Kelly, and others. You've heard it directly from the president-elect, the former president, about enemy of the people. Very, very clear. Very clear. What we want to be also very clear about is the importance of listening to the will of the American people. There was an election. It is important to respect our institution. It is important to respect the free and fair elections. And that's what this president is doing, leading by example and putting that aside and putting the American people first. But what he said still stands. And it's not just him. We should not just put this at the president. His own people said this. So I want to be really, really clear about that and not forget the facts. There are facts here that we should certainly also lift up as you're asking me these questions. Go ahead, Anita.
Thank you. Did the two presidents discuss transatlantic security or climate change efforts and the U.S. role in that? And relatedly, what is President Biden's message to G20 leaders on these two issues and on the institutions and frameworks that hold them up? I'm talking about NATO and the Paris Agreement.
Yeah, so look, obviously they talked about national security issues, mentioned that already. There was a substantive, pretty detailed set of questions that the president-elect presented the President Biden with. They went back and forth on that. I don't have anything. I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty, into the specifics of what those topics were. Not something that I'm going to do from here. And look, the president is looking forward to going to the G20. You heard Jake do a pretty good laydown of the importance of the president going. It will be his last G20. Obviously, he's also going to go to APEC. APEC will be first. And the importance of meeting with these world leaders on issues and matters that are important to the American people. That's what you're going to see. This is going to be a continuation of the progress that we have made in almost 4 years on the world stage, whether it's talking about Ukraine and continue to support Ukraine, talking about Indo-Pacific, talking about the Middle East and how to move forward here. And so all of those issues and topics are certainly going to come up. And the president looks forward to having those conversations.
That we know that President-elect Trump does not look favorably upon NATO or upon the Paris climate change agreement.
That's something for the president-elect to speak to. I mean, he has. What we have done here in the past 4 years is strengthen NATO. What we have done here is making sure that we strengthen our relationship with allies and partners. What we have done here is put the American people first, put our national security first, and really have conversation with world leaders on shared priorities. And so that's going to continue in the next 68 days. And that's the progress that the president wants to continue to have conversations about, and that's what you're going to see on this next ACONUS trip.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think in this room we've all watched the very somber speeches that the president gave on democracy in Philadelphia at the Capitol, and today we see these pictures of two leaders chatting around a fireplace. There's a stark contrast here, and isn't there a risk that in the future, when voters are faced with warnings about democracy, they're just going to dismiss them and think this is just campaign stuff, this is just political?
I think there are two different things here. When it comes to what the president said in the past year, even more so about our democracy, the importance of our democracy, let's not forget, we saw that Americans do care about democracy. They care about protecting our freedoms. That is something that the president's never going to shy away from. He's never going to shy away talking about that. And it is important on how we move forward, right? Is important. But what we're seeing right now is also a democratic principle, right? When we're talking about transition of power, it is about our democratic principle as well. It is about continuing that transfer of power. It is about continuing that democracy. I know I said these are two different things, but are also connected as well. And so for him to do that, for him to invite the president-elect and to have important conversations on issues that matter to the American people is actually part of what democracy looks like. And the president is never going to shy away from that. And again, were the elections what we had hoped? Absolutely not. We're not hiding that. We've been very clear about that. But we have to move forward. We have to move forward on behalf of the American people. And what you saw and what you're going to see when we talk about transition is about our democratic principles. Okay.
Thank you, Karine. Going back to her question on the G20, Jake was saying that he is hoping for some progress. But is progress possible when allies, the G20 allies, are trying to understand and are expecting a change in the administration here? So how does the incoming administration can undermine this progress they are trying to reach there? And also progress with the Brazilian government on climate, democracy, and labor cooperation that are going to expect to discuss there.
Yep. I'm not going to get ahead of what's going to be discussed at the G20, and I'm not going to get ahead of what the Trump administration policies are going to look like. That is certainly something for them to address, and how they move forward on domestic policies, national security policies, and they will do just that. What I can talk about is the progress that the president wants to continue to make, and the strengthening of our alliances, strengthening of our partnerships, and making sure that we continue to stand up with Ukraine as they continue to fight against Russia's aggression, and a range of issues of Indo-Pacific to the Middle East. You talked about climate change, especially as it relates to Brazil. So those issues are going to be discussed. We've made progress on all of those policies that we're going back and forth on. I'm just not going to speak to private conversations that are going to happen, what's going to be discussed, and just speak to what we can do, what we're looking to do, and why it's important. This ACONUS that the president's going to go on is going to be a continuation of what he has been able to do for almost 4 years now.
And what does Trump victory mean to the world?
You know, what I can say, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, what the president is going to do is continuing to make sure that we follow the election results, the will of the people. Majority of Americans decided. And what we can do is make sure that democracy continues here by doing this transition of power, and doing it in an effective, orderly, peaceful way. And the president is going to focus on the progress that he's made. He has relationships with these world leaders, obviously, not just for some of them, not just the past almost 4 years, but for some time. And, you know, he'll have honest, direct conversations with them. I'm just not going to get into philosophizing and getting into the bigger picture. I'm just going to focus on what's ahead in the next 68 days. Go ahead, Kelly. I think I have to head out.
Do you know if President-elect Trump has already started to receive intelligence briefings, or if there's plans to start doing those briefings again?
That's something for ODNI to speak to, not something for me to speak from here. Okay.
I'm going to kind of try and circle back on this. You said that the conversation was cordial, gracious, substantive. Was there any acknowledgement about some of the harsh rhetoric that Donald Trump had issued regarding Kamala Harris, calling her, for example, a low IQ individual, et cetera?
I don't have anything to share beyond what I stated at the top and during these back and forths. Don't have anything outside of that. Okay. Good.
Yeah, I was going to ask a similar question. Was there any acknowledgement or discussion about the election and how the vice president ran her campaign?
I don't have anything else beyond what I just stated. Go ahead, Phil.
I might be trying the same thing again and again.
Yeah,
but you talked about how this was a cordial discussion between the two of them, how the incoming president came with a list of questions. Were there any top-level areas of agreement or overlap between the two presidents in terms of maybe challenges that are ahead for the country or potential solutions? Any areas of agreement?
A lot was discussed. It was a detailed set of questions. The president appreciated having a substantive conversation with the president-elect. I'm not going to go into details. Maybe the president-elect will speak on his behalf on what he wants to share coming out of the meeting. But this is what we're going to share from here. 2 hours, nearly 2 hours is a long time to talk about what's important for the American people and how to move forward. And I think that's important. I appreciate the effort. All right, everybody, thank you so much.
For the record, can you just share, find out if there was any time that the two met individually so we're all on the same page?
And will there be photos?
Afghanistan, Karine.